Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Once again, we are going to be looking at the work of Amedeo Modigliani and this painting of his reclining nude, or nu couché sur le côté gauche, from 1917. One of his most important paintings, I think a key to unlocking the show, the very controversial, scandalous exhibition, his only solo exhibition of his entire life that happened in Paris in 1917. We'll get into all of that today. This one is, I'm looking forward to doing this one because Modigliani is probably, arguably most famous not only for his portraits, but for his nude paintings. And this is the most, safe for work of those nude paintings that he did. So this one is more acceptable to my audience, which ranges from children all the way up to adults. So I feel it's kind of important to maybe talk and look at one of his nudes. And I think this one it's also one of the most expensive paintings ever sold at auction too. So it's a very well-known painting. Anyway, let's just take, this is the paintings that we did over the last couple of episodes where we were looking at Modigliani. So if you're wondering how today's painting is going to turn out, here's a couple of previous paintings and how they turned out. I think it turned out pretty good. So, and I feel like each one of these that I do, I feel more confident in my approach to painting like Modigliani. But I will say today's painting was done a few years before that and is slightly different. Less of the simplified modeling that we see in his last few paintings. He died only less than a year after having painted both of these paintings. So he was getting more and more expressive, looser with paint before he did today's painting. But nevertheless, I think that's going to make for, a great experience for us to try, approaching the same artist, but with a slightly different style. So, of course, if you're watching the video after it was recorded, you can use the timestamps down below and in the video description. The very bottom, you'll see the timestamps there. So we're going to get the image onto the canvas. I'll show you how to do that. We're going to stain it. We'll talk very briefly about Modigliani's biography because the last two, I think I spoke for about 3 hours, all told, about the biography. I don't think anybody wants to hear what I have to say about him anymore. In today's episode, we'll do an underpainting. We'll do background, foreground, background, foreground. I think it's still going to take us about 4.5 hours to do this painting because the level of modeling is a little bit more complicated. Of course, please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Just hit the like button now, and if you turn out you don't like this episode, just press it again before you leave, right? Take a photograph of the painting you made today. Join our Facebook group. That's the first link in the description below. Upload it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your achievement. Whether you're painting a Modigliani painting or making a drawing from the free drawing course that I taught here on YouTube 3 years ago, I still do free feedback once a month on the drawings, paintings, or even something else that you're working on creatively, whether it's a painting or drawing. I would love to see it. I would love for our community, which is now almost 1,000 people that just grew out from a conversation here in the chat on a live stream about a year and a half ago. Wow, that's awesome. And it's a very supportive, very kind community of like-minded artists. I encourage you to join. And if you want to support what we do here, I strongly encourage you to make a donation of $1 through PayPal, the Super Chat here within YouTube. You can send an e-transfer through my email. My email is on the Facebook group and on my website. All those links are down below if you want to contact me for whatever reason. And there's Temperus, Pascal, Pascaline, Easy Arts 47, and Deborah all there in the chat saying hello. Hello, everybody. Pascaline just got home from watching the Barbie movie. That's my plan over this weekend, is to try to get out to see that film. I've seen half of Barbieheimer. I saw Oppenheimer last week. Good. I don't think it was the best movie I've ever seen, but it was pretty good. Well worth seeing, especially on the big screen. Although it's a longer movie, and I had to go to the bathroom, I think, during the climactic scene of the movie, so I think I got to go see it again. Okay, let's start with our first step here, which is the image transfer. Now, again, I taught a free 45-episode drawing course here on YouTube 3 years ago. It's still live. You can still tune in and watch it for free. The first few episodes have like hundreds of thousands, like 400,000 or 500,000 views. People really enjoyed that course, and people every day, every hour, people leave great feedback about it. So if you want to learn how to draw and you want to draw today's image all by yourself, take the drawing course. It will help you. It'll help you do paintings better. But if you want a little bit of help and you just really want to focus on painting today and you don't want to focus on drawing, then here's the original and here's the outline that I did on my iPad using the Procreate app. Just traced out that image. And to download that, you'll see a Dropbox link. I think it's the second link in the description below. You'll see at the top of that Dropbox folder are basic resources for getting started to paint. The next 50 folders here begin with numbers. These are all most of them are relatively easy. Some are more complex. Some are easy but just take time. So, I think that's an important distinction. Just because a painting takes a long time doesn't mean it's necessarily complicated. It's just, you're doing a simple task over and over and over again, right? Kind of like maybe mowing the lawn, right? Which I've got to do. Not very hard, but it takes time. Anyway, so if you want to learn some more complex techniques, such as painting the sfumato technique used by Leonardo da Vinci in the Mona Lisa, here you go. You got Giorgio O'Keeffe, lots of Picasso, Dali, artists from all over the world, different genders, different styles. If you like more abstract paintings, you'll find them. If you like more representational, figurative paintings, you like comic books, cartoons, there's even Peppa Pig in here somewhere. Anyway, where are we here? We are at, 128. Amedeo Modigliani. You click in here and you're going to see there's now 9 files in the folder. There's the other paintings that we've done, such as this is what we did last week. This is what we did yesterday. And this is what we're doing today. And for each of them, you'll see that there are there's 2 outlines. One's a JPEG and one's a PDF. So download and print whichever file's easier for you to print. I usually just download the JPEGs and print them, but some people prefer to use the PDF, so you have all the options there. Also, just while I'm here, just as a reminder to join that Facebook group. As I said, we're at 986 members. I think it's an awesome resource, and if you're painting along with us, I encourage you to join. If not, just to be inspired by the art everybody else is doing. Okay, so let's get the party started. So here's the printout. I printed this on my inkjet printer here at home on just a regular piece of paper. And I'm going to apply it onto this Fix-Smith canvas panel or canvas board. I like these. You can buy them. There's a link in the description below from Amazon to buy them. They come out, you buy like 20 of them for $50, something like that. So they come out $2 a piece, and better than the ones you get at the dollar store. I'd say much better, although I have done probably 100 paintings using ones from the dollar store. They work. But my concern would be the longevity of cheaper, non-archival materials. Of course, we're just learning, so I wouldn't suggest you go out and buy the $8 versions of this exact same thing at Michael's Art Supply. I think total waste of money. But anyway, yeah. So this is a 9x12 size canvas. So I'm taking my 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, and I'm going to tape it down here. I'm not really concerned with this being a little bit crooked or not. If it was a landscape and we had a straight line, sometimes you see me break out my ruler to do that. Basically just want this right in the middle. So I did move it over a little bit because I have these frames that kind of crop off about an inch on either side, so I don't want her toe to get lost. Okay, so now I've got my image taped down. Some people put tape all over the place. One piece of tape at the top is more than good enough. In fact, I think it's better because sometimes you want to move that tape. Also, I'm using a carbon transfer paper, or actually this is graphite transfer paper. This is just an old envelope. You can get a pack like this from Amazon for $100, or you can get there's 100 sheets of this in here. You can see they're very thin, and this I think costs $20. I will literally have this until the day I die. I will never use 100 of those sheets, because here's what one of these sheets look like after you've used it many times. I keep promising, saying, I'm going to throw it out at the end of this episode. This is the last time I'm going to use it. And then I use it, and then I say, well, it's still working. I could probably use it for another one. It's until the time, basically every time I draw a line like this, you can see carbon is coming off the carbon paper. So eventually, if I do it enough, no carbon is going to come out onto the paper. And sometimes, as you'll see when I peel this off, it's likely that there's going to be some areas that are going to be a little bit darker than others because, you know, there was more or less carbon coming off the carbon paper. I'm not going to do all of these lines on her hair. That's just going to get completely covered up with paint, so I know some people spend way too long doing this and trying to get really perfect lines. Remember, this is just to help us get past the drawing phase as quickly as possible so we can focus on painting. If you want to learn how to draw, take my drawing course. It's free. You can go at your own pace. You can do 10 episodes in one night or 1 episode a month, whatever fits your schedule. And again, it's totally free. If you want to support the channel, that's awesome. I love it when people... someone just finished the course the other day and donated $250. A student in Australia. Shout out to my friends in Down Under. That's where my sister lives. And also, you know, the vast majority of people who do that course, or even watching today, are people that can't afford to donate. People who can barely afford connection to the internet. And so, I think it's awesome when people who have means donate in order to help provide opportunities to people who are less fortunate. I think I'm gonna, yeah, let's do his signature here. Well, hopefully I don't regret this. Well, I won't regret it, because if I don't like it, I'll just paint over it, but because this background is white, so I think I should be able to get away with that. Okay, I think good enough. Or a little bit of hair here. Okay, cool. Good enough. You could see, like, her eyes and stuff aren't very well defined. No problem. You could always, if you want to, just take this kind of image to your local photocopy place and say, I want this enlarged to fit on 4 pieces of paper. And they would print it onto either one large piece of paper, or they would print it in what they call like a tiled format onto 4 separate pieces of paper, which you could tape together. And then therefore you'd have a much larger image that you could paint on a much larger canvas. This or any of the other about 400 of these outlines that I've done over the past 3 years, so plenty to keep you busy. Let's see. Awesome. And there's Paula says, I'm at my line dancing class right now, and I'll watch the class this evening, Michael. I hope you had a good rest last night. Thanks for all your hard work. See you, Pascal, Deb. I'll have a good time. Pascal says, hello, Paula. I'm only partially here. Okay, so let's get moving. Let's keep this train going. Ooh, it's still quite hot. Okay, so the next step here is to do what's called the Imprimatura. This is an ancient Italian process, really popularized during the Renaissance, when artists started painting more and more on canvas, which was a very, very new material. Often artists painted on wood. So one thing artists did is they would often try to prepare the canvas surface to look like the wood that they had been using before. So they would often use a reddish brown, a warmish brown as an underlayer for various different reasons, one of which, as I said, is to simulate the look of wood. It also works really well as sort of a middle layer, like a middle value, so that you could get lighter and darker, and you have a color that is, brown is the most common color in the world, so we see it in our skin, we see it in trees, we see it in dirt on the ground, right? And sometimes we even see qualities of that in the sky. The sky reflects the ground, and and the ground is reflected in the sky, so we can see some of those colors. We see them in sunsets, we see them in shadows at night. So brown is a very useful color. So using a brown to begin a painting can really kind of establish a color that maybe we don't even paint over some of those areas of the Imprimatura. We let them shine through and just saves ourselves some time. Now, I'm not going to use a brown. I'll explain that in a moment here. So I'm going to use what we call a split primary palette. That's 8 tubes of paint, essentially. You can do everything. And literally with this palette that I'm about to show you, you can mix, I would say, about like 98% of every color that the human eye can see. And so as opposed to going out and buying different sets of paint for each different style of painting, which many other people, and which I was taught in art school to do. So instead we're going to use 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. So we've split the 3 primary colors, so-called primary colors, in half, so into their color temperature. So we've got cool and warm yellow, cool and warm red, cool and warm blue. We're going to add white. You can use black, but with this system, I can make my own black using this formula right here, which we'll look at throughout today's episode. So here's the colors, the paints I'm about to use. I'm going to use this Azo Yellow Deep as my Imprimatura, but you can use any color. You could use purple, pink, green, orange, whatever you like. And I encourage you to play and practice with the Imprimatura. Now, if you don't have this Amsterdam paint, and they seem to be having a pretty hard time with supply chain right now, so it wouldn't surprise me if you did use a different brand. You could use Golden, which is about 3 times the price of Amsterdam for double the quality, and comes in a much smaller tube of paint. But it's great, but I certainly wouldn't recommend it for a beginner painter. I think it's a big waste of money, and may even make you feel like you're wasting money if you're not happy with the results. You could use Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply Chain, Buzz, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chromacolor, but I'm not the biggest fan of Museum Color or Peebo. I sometimes use Peebo when I'm teaching because it's a very easily accessible paint here. But just with both of these paints, my warning is that they have pre-mixed white into, like, well, a higher amount of titanium white than the other brands. And that means it's impossible to mix a black, as you will see me do today. And that's just frustrating for me because I think it's really important to know how to mix your own black. I think it's kind of magical. And so if you're using these paints, you're going to have to use your black maybe more than you expect. So Pascaline says, what about abstract acrylic paints? I don't know. Is that a brand of paint, Pascaline? Or if you... I'm not aware of that brand, but if I'm happy to incorporate it into this going forward, and I'll send you update it with my list of suggestions. So if there's other brands out there that people are using and you don't see them here, let me know, because you're probably not the only person, so I want to help everybody. So let's get to this first step here. Now, typically for the past 200 episodes, I've been squeezing paint out of those Amsterdam tubes, but these are what results when you squeeze out open them up and you cut open those tubes of paint. When you think there's nothing left, that's 10 tubes of paint. That's enough paint to easily fill 2 tubes of paint. So for every 10 tubes of paint, when you squeeze it out and you think there's nothing left, like in a tube like this, 10 of these fill up, like that's full to the brim. Paint is stuck to the lid here, right? So just a word of suggestion to perhaps, before you toss them out, cut it open. You've seen me do that many times before, so it just blows my mind that if anything, what my mind starts thinking about is how poorly designed paint tubes are. That extracting, like, it seems like it's ripe for some disruptor, as they say, to enter the industry, as they say, with some kind of new technology that will throw everything upside down. And maybe while I've got this out, let's just apply paint all onto the palette here. Again, like this, there's so much paint in here that it just goes right to the lid. I'm also not super worried about a little bit of color contaminating my paints, especially in a jar this big. Sometimes I get a little bit of paint like that in there, and then I just give it a good stir, and that paint kind of disappears. Right? You know, my palette knife's a little bit dirty, but you know, especially if I'm just doing 2 reds, I'm not so concerned about. Okay, so what have I done here, Michael? This is because I forgot to put the labels on my palette. So, you know, just when you think, yeah, I've been doing this for years now, I can put paint on a palette with my eyes closed, the universe chimes in to remind me, no, you don't actually know what you're doing. And, yeah, you can't do that with your eyes closed, smarty. Painting always finds a way to humble me. Painting always, or often, makes me feel really good about myself. I make a good painting, and it's like, wow, that's awesome. Wow, I feel so great. And then 20 minutes later, painting is like, Yeah, your ego's a little bit out of control. Let's bring you back down to earth. Do a little reality check here. So, this is what I should have done before I put my labels on this. I like having these labels like this because at the end of the night, I can just peel them off and wash my palette without these labels getting ruined. So now I got a big empty space here, which might be useful for today's painting since there's a lot of skin color in a nude painting. So anyway, let's move on here. Christine says, I can't believe I made it to a live class. I'm so glad to see you again. That's awesome. Yeah, today I was determined to try to do an episode at a time that I'm not usually on doing live episodes, especially because the majority of my audience is my audience is spread all over the world. So, you know, the times 4 p.m. here in the West Coast of North America is not necessarily convenient for everybody. So, which is a good reason to hit that notification bell. So, because I'd like to do a little bit more of that, and especially in the fall, my schedule is going to be all over the place. So, as it typically is, I teach at a local university here, as I have been for 10 years or so. And every year, schedule's all over the place. And I have a daughter, and also I make my own stuff too. And I like to read, I like to go for walks, I like to go for romantic walks on the beach. And non-romantic walks on the beach. I just like to walk on the beach. Or lay on the beach. Play on the beach. Dance on the beach. Sing on the beach. Read poetry on the beach. Play games on the beach. I feel like Bubba Gump talking about shrimp and Forrest Gump. There can't really be that many different kinds of shrimp, are there? Really? In the movie they show him just can't stop talking about shrimp. Sennelier. Yes. Do they make acrylic paint? If they do, then that needs to be added to the list. Thank you, Pascaline. They probably do. Sennelier is a big oil paint brand. Same with a lot of those other brands. Because most acrylic paint was, or most paint companies began as oil paint companies. But less and less people paint with oil paint these days. So some of those companies which held on, they're like, no, oil paint's the thing. Acrylics is just for beginners. Realized, our people are buying less and less of our oil paints. Our shelf space in the art store is getting smaller and smaller. We better come out with an acrylic brand here. Anyway, Christine says, I live in the desert. We only have sand, no beach. Well, somebody needs a vacation. There's got to be a river or a creek or something somewhere, right? Somewhere. Otherwise, that would be harsh, just being in the desert without any respite. Okay. Let's see. Okay, oh, maybe just before I move on, let's just check the original here and see if this yellow is enough. Now this surface is much thicker, denser. Oh, see, that looks like... Oh, what is... Oh. Is that gray? Did he paint gray under this? Oh. What am I can't... What do we look at? Okay. So what I'm trying to see is trying to use my X-ray vision to, like, is this a gray that's applied on top of things? Or is that underneath? I mean, it's definitely underneath that white. I don't know. Interesting. Let's see, did he do that under the skin? It's hard to say. Well, I think it's entirely possible that he painted a gray over as a... So let's do that. I mean, I've done enough paintings where I've just painted like skin tones over top of yellow like this. So that's what we're here to do. Is we're here to learn and see what great masters have done. So yeah, I mean, okay, I did not plan on this, but I'm going to follow the lead here. So I'm just going to take some of that yellow out. I'm not going to scrub it totally clean. Let's mix up a black. So let's do that right here. I'm going to take my cool blue, my cool yellow, and my warm red. There might be a bit too much red in there, we'll see. Stir that up. This is what I'm saying, we can make our own black right here. So as I said, I put maybe a bit too much red on my brush, so it's going to be either a little bit brownish or a little bit purple, depending on the quantities of the yellow and blue that I have in here. That's actually not bad. It's actually better than I thought. I guess maybe I overestimated or underestimated those colors. It does look a little bit purpley, which means I've got, you know, certainly enough red and probably enough blue. I need a little bit more yellow to counteract that purple. There we go. And obviously I'm not using measuring cups or, you know, a scale or something to get perfect results here. I'm allowing it to be a little bit... I like that nuance. Let's take our white now. And where should we do this? Let's do this here. Okay, so I started putting, I was going to use a lot of white, and I decided, okay, whoa, let's just hold back for a moment, because I'm going to, if I put all that white and I paint over this painting, I'm just going to completely obliterate the pencil lines, or the carbon paper lines, and my yellow. And I mean, why do that needlessly? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dilute this gray here with some matte medium. I've got a big jar of this behind me here. I've just squeezed the end of a previous bottle into that. So matte medium is just clear, or yeah, clear paint that's matte, not shiny. If you want shiny, then you get gloss medium, right? It's basically transparent paint. It's paint without any pigment in it. And so when it dries transparent. Some people will use it as like kind of like a varnish, although unlike varnish, which can be removed by curators in the future, a medium will stay there kind of like glue on the surface. So also, by doing this, having a little bit more of a transparent layer, I'm going to see a bit of my yellow coming through, which I like. That's pretty opaque. And I didn't blow dry this either. What was I thinking? So this is going to look a little bit more yellow than I intended. Uh-oh. Okay. So since I've lost a lot here, I'm just going to go over and kind of delicately kind of scrape paint away. This paint is going to really start drying on this surface right now. So I might even just quickly. Okay, so that went about as badly as it could have, but you know, life is not over. I don't think that's, you know, it's not a disaster. It's just not the way I was planning. Oops, a little hair or something on here. I think I'm gonna let that dry, and I might even paint the gray in and around the figure here a little bit more. So let's actually blow dry this finally. I'm gonna mute the camera momentarily. Okay, let's finish what we started here with this absurdity. Let's put more white and black in here. Still going to make it a little bit transparent, so I am going to this time I'm just going to go around her body here, leave. Remember how I said that I might just paint over that the signature Modigliani and do, so there we go. So I'm just kind of painting around these cushions and all of these different areas so that basically I'll be able to paint those lines in easier. I'm not leaving them blank. It's just going to make it just very subtle distinctions between each one of those areas so that why not, right? I mean, I could just paint right over it, but then I'd have to spend some time or guess where things go, which is not a bad thing either, but should I do that to the rest of the figure? No, I think that's enough, because I'm really going to be the paint that I'm going to be putting over here. At least the way Modigliani did it was quite opaque. So I think painting gray, darker gray than I have currently, is kind of unnecessary. it would make a difference. I mean, that's what I, you know, Imprimatura is, we paint that color for an effect, but I think the difference that it would make would be so infinitesimally small that it just would be needlessly... First of all, it would take me time. It would take me a lot more time, because now I wouldn't know where my lines are, so then I'm going to have to kind of really slow down to try to get those in, to eyeball them. I could use my carbon paper, but then the likelihood that it would line back up with that image would be 0. So I think this is a good compromise that I think will achieve similar results to what the great master himself did. Okay, I'm just going to quickly blow dry that, lock all this in place, just because sometimes the colors will change as they dry. Deborah says, Michael, I tried to do a tutorial of a sea turtle with another artist, and they did not do an Imprimatura. She ended up doing layer after layer when it would have been less complicated if she had started off with one. So I redid it with an Imprimatura, and I'll post it later. You're a great teacher. Thank you, Deborah. That's so sweet of you to say. Yeah, I mean, that's a great... I love that you had that experience, so that you can see the difference between those different techniques. As I said, I'd say the majority of artists don't do Imprimatura today, and I think it's just because, you know, quite frankly, some people that are teaching people how to paint never either went to art school and didn't learn that technique. It comes from an old classical academic tradition, so it's definitely something that is taught in art school. And you don't have to go to art school to become an artist. Even though I teach at the best art school in Canada, but I even tell my students, if you're here and you think all of us teachers are idiots and there's nothing for you to learn and you just hate coming here and you're always falling asleep, save your money, go home and buy materials, buy a video camera, make movies, buy more paint and make paintings, buy, you know, bronze or your own kiln and make sculpt, whatever you want to do. Don't spend it on art school if you don't think you have anything to learn, right? Because there's frankly a lot of students come to school with that attitude. But the Imprimatura, there was a reason that, you know, the great artists of the past did it and why it was taught. And, you know, if it comes down to learning from somebody like Leonardo da Vinci, who used Imprimatura, or Rembrandt, or even Picasso, I mean, those are people that I kind of think maybe knew what they were doing. So, having said that, as I always say, especially when we do Impressionist paintings, the Impressionists were really the first group of artists to not use the Imprimatura, or not use it all the time, or to experiment with not using it. And hey, you know, when the Impressionists first came on the scene, of course, that was one of the things that the previous generation was like, they are literally doing everything wrong. These are charlatans. They're idiots. They don't know they don't even put an Imprimatura down. Like, why are we even looking at this garbage? Long story short, the Impressionists have been vindicated. But but they were doing it for a very specific reason, and because they really wanted very, very bright, saturated colors, and Imprimatura can dull the colors down a little bit, right? I like using the warm yellow because it gives things kind of a warm glow, but it will kind of, unless we mix white into some of the paints on top of it, it's going to, that yellow is going to infuse those colors and tamper them down just a little bit. So I can understand why people wouldn't want to use it, but I think it's knowing what it does and then deciding whether that's something you want to use or not use, because you don't have to use it. As I said, most people don't do it anymore. So, and conceivably, well, I can't think of a painting recently where I didn't do one, but it's entirely possible that, I mean, maybe I should make that a goal, is to find paintings like that. But anyway, long story short, I appreciate you sharing that with us, Deborah, and I think it's important for every artist to experiment with your materials and just see what works best for you, right? And if it doesn't work for you, don't do it. That's why I try to show as many different processes and styles, so that I'm not just putting forth one method. I'm trying to kind of try, even for myself, learn how different artists worked, and see, because maybe there's a method out there that works better for me that I don't know about myself. I mean, part of what I'm doing here is very selfish, right? Trying to, like, maybe there's a way I can do what I want to do better and faster, that uses less paint, and therefore saves me time and money, makes things look better. I mean, wouldn't that be amazing, right? So very much this is in many ways is a very selfish exploration, and I'm just sharing my results with you folks. So anyway, let's move on here. Okay. So I want to just take a brief moment to talk about Modigliani's biography, and maybe something which is a little bit more specific to today's painting. In fact, so this is today's painting, which sold for $152 million just about 5 years ago at an auction in New York, the Sotheby's. And you can see it sold for $27 million in 2003. 15 years later, it sells for $157 million. Not bad profit. Wait 15 years and flip a painting for a $120 million profit. Anyway, so here's, just again quickly, Amedeo Modigliani was born in 1884, dies in 1920 at the young age of 35 years old. Modigliani led a very dramatic, controversial life. He was your prototypical alcoholic, drug addict artist. And as I said many times, he's the one chiefly responsible for establishing that archetype or stereotype. And pretty much, and unfortunately, promoting, because of how successful his work has become after he died, there has been a number of people who sort of got the idea that to become a really good artist, you really need to really overindulge and consume every substance imaginable in order to achieve some sort of insight or breakthrough. I completely disagree with that, but it's a myth that is extremely pervasive. And I even noticed when I was in art school, a lot of my teachers were big drinkers. I remember going to to parties and seeing some of my teachers, and they would just be completely blasted. And so you get into your mind that, like, this is what you're supposed to do. And then you see movies about Picasso or Jackson Pollock or Diego Rivera, Frida Kahlo, and every scene they've got a glass of wine and a beer, and they're slurring and throwing things and breaking things, dramatic, you know. Of course, sometimes those are isolated incidents separated by decades, and of course that makes for good film, but unconsciously that seeps into people's minds, and they think that this is the way you're supposed to do. In order to follow in the great footsteps, you have to put on those drunken shoes. But you know, more recently, people have speculated that one of the reasons that he drank so much was both as a way of self-medicating, because he had tubercular meningitis, which is a contagious terminal disease, illness, virus that is airborne. You can pass it on just by talking to people, by sharing cigarette or kissing someone, right? So it's a terrible, and there's no cure, or at least there wasn't, and there was no treatment. So socially, if you told somebody you had TB, tuberculosis meningitis, you'd be totally ostracized. People wouldn't let you into their homes. They wouldn't let you into a bar. They wouldn't let you into a museum or art gallery. You were basically just, you know, put out to pasture, and no one would want anything to do with you. And this is something he contracted when he was like 16 years old. So, you know, I totally feel for him, in that he was like, okay, if I drink a lot, I'll look like I'm just an alcoholic and not someone who has an incurable, contagious disease. Let's see. I just want to focus maybe a little bit more on this period here. So today's painting was part of this very notorious, scandalous art exhibition that happened in 1917 in Paris. It was the only solo exhibition of Modigliani's entire life. Prior to that, he had shown in group exhibitions. He had exhibited in the Salon, and so some of those exhibitions might have, you know, 20, 30 other artists, each of whom only contributes one or two paintings. Here, for the first time, he's mounting an exhibition entirely of his own artwork, and he did this. He was basically commissioned, solicited by his friend and art dealer Leopold Zabrowski. Zabrowski was an important figure in the Parisian art world back at this time. And the fact that he was represented by this man who kind of had this idea, like, you know, we don't really know how the arrangement was made or who had the idea, but according to kind of legend, it was Zabrowski who approached Modigliani and was like, you know, one way that we could sell some of your paintings, because maybe people aren't buying your paintings as they are, is we need to stir the pot a little bit. Like, you know, paintings like these, which again, this was made 2 years after this, not so, but paintings of your wife, because he had just met his, he would have just met his wife, I think, by the time of this exhibition opened. But they had been planning this is his wife. Or they weren't ever married, his common law wife. They lived together, and she fathered one of his children, Jean, named after herself, that later became an important resistance fighter against the Nazis in France during World War II. But she was also pregnant with his second child. Unfortunately, when Modigliani died of TB, the next day she jumped out the window. She was 8 months pregnant with their unborn child. Her and her child both died. It's very, very tragic. But anyway, she probably would have come to the exhibition opening, because they met in early, like April 1917. And so they, but his dealer was like, the paintings of clothed women, they're beautiful. I like them. Your friends, Picasso, Juan Gris, Braque, Chaim Soutine, right? All Lipchitz, Epstein, Max Jacobs. All of these are like the who's who of the Parisian art world at the time. All of these are all artists who've had solo exhibitions, retrospectives at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Like, so his circle of friends was, if you want an analogy, we're talking about like, the kinds of people that were hanging around, New York in the 1960s, like, or musicians. We're talking like a room that would have like David Bowie, Eric Clapton, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, John Lennon, Roy Orbison, Tom Petty, a who's who of important musicians. Here we have literally the greatest artists of his time were all good friends with Modigliani. So that's another reason that his work has survived and become so popular over the years, is just purely by association. Even if the work itself wasn't all that great, which it is, I mean, it would be very hard to say like, oh, well, all of these all-stars and this guy who just happens to be who don't even know who, because those fellows all had huge egos and they weren't going to bother spending their time with some interloper that wasn't talented or skilled. Anyway, so Leopold Zabrowski, according to legend, approaches Modigliani and is like, let's stir the pot, let's get your name out there. What if we do an exhibition of nude paintings? And which in itself is not very controversial. The history of nude painting is is as old as painting. People have been painting nudes for tens of thousands of years and drawing them on cave walls, etc. So that is not what caused such an uproar. It was, there's a number of reasons. One is that the type of the way that Modigliani was painting his nudes, like we've looked at, again, these are paintings that he made prior. Well, in fact, instead of me showing my version, let's just look at. I love that painting. Again, this is a painting of his partner Jean. So this style of painting, which was growing in popularity, Picasso was starting to adopt a similar sort of approach, Braque, and they're starting to kind of the early beginnings of Cubism around this time. This very, very painterly, very expressive, very raw application of paint, where there's no attempt whatsoever to have that smooth modeling of forms. We see that so that in and of itself stirred the pot. Like, that's already kind of like, you're not going to get into the Salon d'Automne, where the great French painters of the time, who were mostly, maybe Impressionism is now becoming embraced, but these are much more stylized, much more idiosyncratic. And so when Modigliani also did sculptures, that's another thing so here's the kind of style of sculpture he was doing. Here's him with Picasso and André Salmon. This is the portrait of the gallerist, Leopold Zabrowski. And I do want to show sorry, my phone's someone calling me from China. Okay, I'm sure they just want to give me some free real estate or something. Okay, I do want to show some images of some nude paintings by Modigliani for the next, like, 30 seconds. So if you're offended by seeing the female nude, just close your eyes for 30 seconds. So some of these are the paintings that were exhibited as part of that exhibition in 1917, which caused the huge scandal. So a few things that are were very offensive to people at the time were the pose that are very suggestive, very erotic poses. You know, these women kind of laying on their backs, open to some, you know, for some kind of encounter. They are not fearless women cowering. They're very powerful figures. They're in control of themselves. They have agency and power, and that can be certainly very intimidating to certain people who have a very different idea of what women, their role in society should be, and that a woman should not have any sort of power or control over how they're seen, right? So okay, I've taken any nudity off the screen. You can open your eyes again. So those paintings were very offensive. So first of all, the way they're painted, that kind of very loose painting style, that was offensive to you know, older academic painters. The poses of these women being like, you know, there's nothing left to the imagination in those scenes whatsoever. Also, just the way that those women are groomed. We see that there is some pubic hair that's visible. That was probably, if anything, actually the most offensive to social standards at the time. That and not that I don't even want to go down this too far, but just that yeah, there were different ideas of grooming back in the day, and not that they were necessarily very different than now, but just showing any hair down there was off limits. Like, that was essentially pornography. So as the legend goes, there was this exhibition opened, and you know, an art exhibition often has dozens of people come and see, and they drink wine and have some cheese. And as this sort of party is unfolding, a police officer in Paris walks by Zabrowski's art gallery, sees a painting in the window or through the window. There was probably a bunch of people gathered outside on the street, smoking and drinking and laughing and making noise. Maybe someone across the alley or street called the police or whatever. But anyway, the police show up, see something that they don't like, and the exhibition is closed. Modigliani fanned the flames, because so we don't really know. Did they just say, okay, you got to take that painting out of the window? They took the painting out of the window. Story's over. The party kept on going. Modigliani liked to. According to him, however, the police raided the space. You know, things are tossed and turned, wine everywhere. People are yelling and screaming. There's a small riot. Reinforcements are called in. People are carried out on, you know, in chains, and there's batons and just like a chaotic scene. And so Modigliani, who is someone who was not shy of doing outrageous acts, he would, when he got drunk, he would take his clothes off, and you know, inside people's houses or in bars, he would get kicked out. He'd be in, you know, arguments and fights, and just, you know, you could just imagine like kind of like a rock star trashing, you know, an apartment or a hotel room kind of thing. So for him, you know, the police showing up and doing anything at all was in almost like his wildest dream come true. because then the notoriety around him just spread like wildfire. Like this was the most scandalous art exhibition in Paris at the time. Like really only to be outdone by the Armory show. So there was a very famous art exhibition in New York City in 1913, which was the first time that really many of these artists. I don't know if Modigliani was a part of this. I don't think he was, now that I think about it. But this was a very, I mean, there's very few exhibitions I can think of off the top of my head that caused such a uproar besides this Paris exhibition of Modigliani's in 1917. So, but again, Modigliani capitalized on this situation to further his sort of, as we would say today, his street cred, that he was like the most bold, daring artist of his time. I mean, he is more avant-garde than the avant-garde. He's so avant-garde that the police are raiding the exhibition. I mean, my goodness, this guy, you've got to see these paintings before they're destroyed. I mean, it's only a matter of time before, you know, and so that was probably, you know, would have been maybe a little bit upsetting or frustrating, scary, but in the long run, it made for a great story and part of the legend of Modigliani going forward. I don't want to spend too much more time talking about all this stuff. Again, just this painting is now, when it was bought, just you know, when it was bought back in 2003, it was one of the most expensive paintings purchased of all time. We're talking the top 10. And when it sold just 5 years ago for 157 million, it was again all the way back in the top 10 most expensive paintings of all time. But as you can see, over this period of time, over the past 20, 30 years, the prices of art at auction have skyrocketed to the point where, yeah, just over the past 5 years, a painting that sold for 157 million was the most expensive was in the top 10 most expensive paintings bought of all time. In fact, I think it was in the top 5. And now it's fallen down to number 25 on that list. And it wouldn't even surprise me if maybe all over while I've been talking, it's slipped down to number 26 or 29, or, I mean, so the prices of art, this high-end art, most of which was made by artists who were directly connected to and friends of Modigliani himself, are in the $200 million, $300 million range here. So rare. So another reason why Modigliani's paintings are also so expensive is not only was he appreciated by his friends at the time, who are also very well known. So it's kind of like, you know, if John Lennon says, I like this band that maybe other people haven't heard, that band becomes very popular because they're like, well, John Lennon liked this band. It's got to be good, right? John Lennon. So the other thing is, because Modigliani died so young at age 35, there's only a limited supply of his work out there. I mean, he did 20 portraits of his partner, Jean, and I'd say there's probably maybe 100 paintings of his that really exist, because he was really only productive from about, I mean, when he moved to Paris in 1906, he was making work, but he really didn't achieve his full capacity of an artist until he's in his early 30s. So we're talking like 1915, 1914 till 1920 when he dies. So there's a relatively, over the course of his life, he made a relatively small number of paintings, and of the stuff that we know and love about him the most, there's even smaller amount of those paintings that exist. So, so needless to say, it's sort of a perfect storm in terms of the art market. I just before I want to move on here and get to the painting, because I've been blabbing for so long, is the way that one of the reasons I think this painting is so important is because this painting has a direct resemblance to this painting by Jean-Auguste Dominique Ang. And Ang was a really important painter, 100 years prior to Modigliani. Ang was one of the great neoclassical artists, French neoclassical artists, he painted pictures of Napoleon and the French royal family. He was a really, really important artist, and beloved by. He was an academic artist. He was beloved by the intelligentsia of France, even still to this day. A kind of a towering figure within art. Like him, Jacques-Louis David, Delacroix, Géricault would be your what's not trifecta but quadrifecta of titans in the history of French art. And so this painting, which is one of the prized possessions of the Louvre Museum in Paris, and would have been on display, Modigliani most certainly would have seen it, because the Louvre had recently been open to the public, so people could go in and see it. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some people today who've, like, I've been to the Louvre, and I remember seeing that painting. Well, there's a lot to see in the Louvre, and also, for artists, this is a big deal, but for the general public, people are maybe, they've got a checklist and they're going to go see the Mona Lisa, and that might take a while to go see, and then they kind of are running through the rest of the museum. But for sure, if you know anything about your history of art, this is a super significant painting. So it most certainly is that Modigliani chose this particular pose and this look of this woman looking over her shoulder at the viewer, where we just see her backside. So in a way much more tasteful than some of the other paintings that were part of that exhibition. But it's a clear kind of callback to this famous painting, which itself is a callback to Roman and Greek art of 2,000 years before. So I kind of think, and this is just me speculating, but you have an exhibition of about 20 nude paintings, most of which are very provocative and are sure to raise an eyebrow, even amongst people who are very open-minded, like the friends of Picasso's. But this painting is I think it's sort of like in the thing I posted on Facebook, it's a little bit more like the key to unlock the rest of that exhibition, in that I kind of, how did I put it in the Facebook thing I put here? Oops. So I think what he might have been saying is, like, he's almost daring us, he's provoking us, he's asking us, like, why are some nudes acceptable? Like, why is it okay for me to paint this painting where we just see her from behind and she's looking over her shoulder, but not a painting of a woman facing the other way? Why is it offensive when a woman, instead of sort of facing us and kind of maybe being a little bit shyer and more modest, Why is that not offensive? But a painting where a woman is, you know, presenting herself to us in a way where she is not modest, she's not shy, she's empowered, and why is that offensive? Is it because we're afraid of women? That the idea of women fearlessly, taking agency and control over the way the way that they're seen and presented, is that offend, men with who are a little bit insecure, right? So why are we so easily offended? Maybe the problem isn't with my painting, but with your own prudish sense of taste. What's not to love about the female body? So I kind of feel like this painting is Modigliani kind of saying he's anchoring those other nude paintings into the history of art with a direct link to Ingres' Grand Odalisque, and saying, here, this is, if I paint a painting like this is acceptable, just like Ingres' painting. But if I just make a few little changes, people lose their minds. And is it really the painting that's the problem, or is it some potentially outdated social norms that need to be changed? And maybe do we have to kind of reconsider the place of women, their role in society, and what they are and aren't allowed to do? So that's also why, and some of the things I'm saying are things that I've thought, but also it's not entirely my own thesis. There's people, many of whom consider this to be one of the most important nude paintings of a female subject, because of some of the things, the ideas that I've just presented here. So that it's challenging social norms and ideas of representation of the female body, and not maybe necessarily even this painting, but this painting works as sort of the buoy or bulkhead, the key to unlock some of those interpretations. Okay, so I think I have said everything I need to say about this artwork, and we are ready to move on. But again, needless to say, this is a really important piece of art history. Now, let's do a little bit of painting again. Remember that thing that we sometimes do on this channel? So, let's take a look at the original and just see maybe how, the underpainting process would have been done by Modigliani. So, I don't know, obviously I wasn't there when he painted this painting, so I'm not exactly sure at which step he did what. But, a few things I can see right off the bat. This white looks like that was probably painted last. Right? The way that it's very quickly brushed on tells me that it was done as, and you could see it overlapping part of her body, probably because he wasn't happy with the colors underneath it. So it might have been something that was sitting around in his studio for weeks and weeks, and he's just like, I don't know about the blanket she's laying on. And then maybe Picasso or Jacob Epstein or Brian Cousy came into his studio like, what if you just paint it white? Just get rid of it and put something else there. And so maybe Modigliani was like, okay, let's do it. He got drunk, as he was probably always, and painted over it, and then stood back and was like, oh, well, I was thinking about painting it purple, but that white actually is kind of cool. Let's just keep it like that. So, in terms of this line, I was going to paint it black, but I'm just looking around here. It's very hard to see. Okay, I mean, that's one of the only lines that I see. And even then, that looks like it was painted after some of that skin. Basically, what I see in this painting is there's a lot of work on this painting. There's a lot of layers on here. So I imagine this is a painting that stuck around his studio for a while. and he was not happy and made a lot of adjustments over top of it. So there's very little evidence as to how it was painted, because I see like some of these lines are over top of previous layers of paint. So in fact, I mean, I didn't do any research, but it wouldn't even surprise me if there was another painting underneath this, entirely different painting perhaps. Okay, so anyway, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paint a I'm just going to paint a black outline over this. Maybe I'll even use a bit of glazing fluid just to keep this nice and wet. I don't usually zoom into the paintings to do a full screen like this. So you tell me, is this helpful, or do you like it when you can see the original side by side? Or is it kind of, or are you just sitting here like, when are you going to put the original back up there? I can't, how am I supposed to do this without... Okay, let's also tackle some of these lines that... Ah, I missed her arm down here. What happened? Okay, so we'll see what the difference between those skin tones are eventually. So I can't see any of these lines, so I'm just putting them in here. Okay. Just go back here. Deborah says, I also used glazing on the shadows of the turtle painting they did, and now I'm totally sold. Yeah, I love glazing. Glazing is such a helpful technique. There's a reason why so many great artists of the past use it. It works so... It's even for doing, avant-garde painting, especially if you don't quite get it right. Use a little bit of glaze to touch or darken, lighten, modify a color long after it was painted without having to try to remix that whole color. Works really well. Pascaline says, Michael, what kind of composition has been used for this painting? The rule of thirds, do artists always use rules for composition? Ooh, great question. Well, in terms of this painting, well, I'd almost look back rather than even at the work of Modigliani, since it's based on the odalisque here by Ang. This does sort of look like a bit of the rule of thirds, right? We could divide this painting up into thirds. In fact, if anything, this reminds me more of the golden ratio. The golden ratio, which is itself has a long, complex history within art. Let's see if there's any... The composition within art here. Is there a better diagram? I guess there was a link here. Mathematics and art. Okay, let's just... Okay. So, again, this is like real... we get into the weeds when we start talking about the golden ratio. Golden ratio is very similar to the rule of thirds, but the golden ratio has a much longer history. The rule of thirds is essentially based on concepts that were put forth through the golden ratio, but much more, much more simplified and without some of the baggage that comes with the golden ratio. Because the golden ratio, I mean, if you want to fall down a rabbit hole on the internet, look up the golden ratio. I mean, before long you're going to be talking about the Knights Templar, the Freemasons. I mean, I'm sure, the JFK assassination is somewhere in there. I mean, it's like, it's a wormhole. But the idea is, with the golden ratio and the rule of thirds, at their most simple, is decentering a composition. So, just to kind of, so if we had, let's just see if I can, let's just make a big, use this here. In fact, the idea here, well, this is the rule of thirds here. The rule of thirds asserts that you want to, and the golden ratio, is to make asymmetrical compositions. So instead of putting this woman kind of, her face right in the middle, it's to kind of decenter things and move things off to one side to kind of create an imbalance, an asymmetrical composition. And the idea being that that asymmetrical composition is going to like basically suck people into the painting. Because let's say, again, if I have this on this side, let's say we're doing a landscape. Some people, their instincts might be to put the tree right in the middle, the horizon line right in the middle. The rule of thirds is, and the golden ratio is like, instead of putting that tree there, let's put the tree, the horizon line, down here, and let's put this tree right here. And what that does is it opens up this space for something. And our eye might land here on the tree, and then go over here and look at, maybe there's a bird right there. And then maybe it goes down, and then maybe there's, I don't know, maybe there's a butterfly down here, in yellow butterfly in the red or yellow green grass, yellow butterfly in the green grass. And then we come up, and then we just get sucked into the painting endlessly. So that's the concept in its super shortened form of the rule of thirds. Golden ratio is very similar, but it uses like the Fibonacci sequence. It's a lot more like you see these side by side. So essentially, if we just to quickly kind of invert this, or here's an image right down here. Right, what we have is, and maybe, let me see, do I have a different marker? We have something like this, right? So that basically this face is, according to the golden ratio, kind of perfectly positioned, right? That everything is moved off to the side. We have some of these empty areas, which, you know, ideally we might put something else here that might also attract our eyes to get sucked into this painting. But you know, sometimes artists will leave that blank as a way of, like, maybe there's a, like, again, all art is about contrast. Great art requires contrast. So sometimes you want, let's say, a figure with all sorts of busy stuff going on, and then empty spaces. Sort of like just to give the viewer a bit of a place to breathe and for their eyes to relax. And then other places are really busy. Like, always, you know, a bit of a balance. Just like, you know, next time you go to a restaurant, you know, just think about how, like, a really nice restaurant presents its food, right? It's not just a bunch of slop on the plate like you're going through a buffet. You know, you got maybe your hamburger, and you've got, like, you know, a little bit of garnish, maybe mashed potatoes or something. Or French mashed potatoes and burger, right? So that it's more visually pleasing. There's kind of some empty space, some air on that plate. So it doesn't just look like someone's just slopping stuff out of, like, a trough onto a plate. It's been artfully arranged, right? Same thing with a painting. We're trying to create some contrast, some asymmetry, but that asymmetry is balanced by other compositional elements. Okay. Long story. So Modigliani would have learned about the golden ratio for sure. Did he really? Was he really thinking, as some artists did, like Leonardo da Vinci, probably the most famous user of like the golden ratio, but even like Salvador Dali because Salvador Dali really liked all that esoteric kind of stuff. Paul Cézanne, so it was in the air. I'm sure even, you know, Picasso and his friends, you know, I'm sure that it would come up over and over in dinner or drinks, arguing like, no, just a bunch of junk, forget about it, or I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna go back to my studio right now, and I'm gonna show you I can make a great painting that doesn't use any of this stupid golden ratio hunkus munkus. I'm gonna make something that doesn't abide by all those stupid outdated rules. Those are just ridiculous. And then maybe the next day everyone is like, okay, I did it, come over to my studio, and people look at it and are like, wow, you did it. Or I don't know, it's just not. I think you gotta try using that. It's just there's a reason why this concept's been around for thousands of years. I think you should try. And so, yeah, what compositional choices were used. I think it's important to be aware of those concepts and to do a surface amount of research and understanding, and then to consider them when you're composing an artwork, but also feel free to reject it. And because, you know, what I'm always encouraging artists to do is do some sketching, do some drawing, and then you've got multiple options of compositions to choose from. And if you want to use one that doesn't use the golden ratio or the rule of thirds, then don't use those, and use the one that you like the most. But just be aware of that there's a long history of those concepts, and it might be a good starting place, but just like any rule, as I say, is made to be broken. So if you don't like it, don't use it. If you do like it, use it. And I think that's kind of the long story short of all art strategies and methods. Christine says, if I'd been Frida Kahlo, I'd have been drinking too. Yeah, Frida Kahlo was a big drinker for sure, and her husband Diego Rivera was a big drinker, and both of them were cheated on each other. Well, I'm sure Diego probably did it before Frida, but she was no innocent daisy herself, or shrinking violet, right? She was a very powerful, strong woman who did whatever she wanted. She may have met her match, well, with Diego, but both of them had pretty big egos. Both super fascinating figures. DA says, I discovered your channel very recently. Your energy is awesome, and I enjoy every minute of your videos. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you for saying so. That's so sweet. Pascaline says, thank you, Michael. Awesome. Jennifer W says, hello. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, I thought I was going to do this painting kind of quickly, and here I am blabbing on. But I obviously am very passionate about all of these things. I love art. It's just like an infinite well of stuff to think about and talk about and learn about. I'm always learning myself. And these episodes force me to do often research about things that I know nothing about, or know little bit about, or thought I know stuff about and realize I don't know anything, or maybe everything I thought I knew was completely wrong. So, yeah, I enjoy doing all this. So I enjoy those kind of questions too. So keep them coming. Let's move on here. Now let's apply our background colors. We've got our underdrawing, our Imprimatura, then I painted some gray over top, which I think is what Modigliani himself did. Then we did some underpainting. I mean, I think probably Modigliani kind of collapsed all of those last 4 steps, or 3 steps I just meant, 4 steps I guess, into 1 or 2. Because he's probably painting this woman. I don't know if this is his wife, or his common law wife, Jean, or not, but yeah, I imagine this is all. I think we're basically, the painting looks very similar on his easel to what we have here, I think. So, but we need to move on and get the background now painted. Speaking of making this painting look a little bit like the original. So if that's the original, what we want to do is we want to paint a brown, a green, another brown on the right. So basically bookending that dark green with brown. And I think we could also, I'll probably collapse, even though the white here is technically the foreground, the closest thing to us is at the bottom of the page. I'm just going to collapse it into this step as well, so that when we talk about foreground, we'll just be talking about the figure here. So our first step is going to be to mix a cool... Should we do first the brown or the green? Does it really matter? No, let's do the brown. I just want to, just before I select my brush, let's just see. Yeah, medium-sized brush is probably good enough here. So let's take our, where should I do? Let's take our warm, or sorry, this is my cool red. And my cool yellow. You can see there was some blue in here. I deliberately took that because I'm about to put blue in there anyway, but and that was cool blue. So it instantly went brown. It would have gone orange had there not been any blue in there. It's kind of now going a little bit greenish brown because there's that blue, maybe a lot of blue. So let's just let's see how these two. Phone is being cranky, chiming every time the security camera goes off here. Okay, so that brown is a little bit more on the brownish side and yellowish side. So let's get more red in here. All right, we're trying to get, so let's put a little bit more blue in there. That's going to make it go darker. So we're kind of diluting the yellow in there, which makes it a bit more of an orangey brown, and we want a darker brown. So getting there. Let's put more red. more blue in. Very close. I think what I'm also going to do is take a little bit of my black and there you go, pretty much bang on. So now I have a big glob of paint here. One thing you can see is despite how dark this color is, it's actually quite transparent. So a lot of that gray is coming through. I don't mind that at all. The question in my mind then becomes, do I want to do a second coat of this brown? If I do a second coat, it will be darker and more opaque. Would that be, is that helpful to me? I don't know. What we'll do is I'm going to paint this and then I'm going to blow dry it, and then we can make an objective decision from there. It's more transparent because there's no white in there, so the white would make it more opaque, and it could also make even, so then if we added more black we would get a gray. I'm thinking I'm probably going to do a second coat here, but let's blow dry this, just because paint changes as it dries, as the water evaporates. Okay, let's do that again. I'm just going to take the same paint over that, and instantly we see much less of the streaks of paint, much darker, less of that gray showing through. I mean, you can still see it's still somewhat transparent, but I think this is a level of transparency that I can live with. If I wasn't happy with it and I wanted it to be more opaque, I'd just let this dry or blow dry it and do another layer. But I want we got that gray on here, so, and we put it there with a purpose. That's what Modigliani did, so. Now, her hair, I suspect her hair might have been done to the same color. Now, generally, I would make a plan to paint that a warm brown. I'm just debating, should I paint it and then paint a warm brown over top of it, or just paint warm brown? Let's paint this cool brown here, because it's also going to show us what would happen if we had left a little bit more yellow here and we didn't do that second coat of gray. So that, because that brown behaves differently on this grayish yellow versus this more solid opaque gray. Okay. That's good for now. Let's move on to this color in the background here. The greenish black. So that color, obviously there's some, it's cool blue, or should we do this right here, I guess? We got cool blue. I think there's a little bit of, white in here, but let's just see what happens when we mix just black into that color. Very deep. I think what we've got is just a little bit of yellow. I'm going to put a little bit of yellow in there to make this just a slightly very dark green. I think that's pretty close. I'm not well, color's not yeah, I think there's a little bit more yellow in here. I think that's the color. So, and of course, again, we're not trapped by anything. If we want, we can modify this. Once again, we've got, it goes on kind of bright. So we'll have to do 2 coats of this as well. I think he's almost left a tiny bit of a line here. I think what this is maybe a blanket that's draped in the background. Okay, so that's going to require a quick little blow dry as well. Okay. It's going to need to mix a bit more of this. So that appears, I mean, that's pretty close. I have a feeling it's going to still look kind of, well, lighter. I think what I might do is just paint this painting on, this color on here, and then move on to the blanket in the foreground. And then if I want to darken this, I'll do that later. So this is already very different than the other two Modigliani paintings we did just over the last week, in that much more solid colors, much less of that modeling that we saw in the previous paintings that I did, which were done 2 years later than this one. And it doesn't surprise me at all that an artist's style would evolve or change, or they'd use different techniques or methods as time goes on. Okay, so that definitely could get darker. No doubt about it. But the question is, does it need to get darker, or do I personally, as the person working on this painting, want it to get darker? Because, you know, as I always say, it's once the original painting, the camera goes off, this painting has to survive on its own. And can it survive on its own, or do I need the original next to it to explain away my decisions? Well, I don't know. I keep thinking, well, I'm probably going to darken that later, but I mean, well, again, that's why, rather than me sitting here fussing and wondering about if it's good enough to move on, let's move on, and then we'll see. The painting will tell us once more of the painting gets filled in. There's no point in humming and hawing here and you know, doing little changes and details when there's literally no way for, I mean, it's not like I don't have the powers to travel into the future and see what the painting's going to look like. So let's move on to the blanket below here. So that blanket is basically mostly white, obviously. So, and he's painting it pretty, like, again, I kind of feel like that was one of the last things that he did here. I don't want just pure white. In fact, let's, just before I start painting, let's just zoom in. There's almost a bit of brown and gray in here. Very, very subtle. So I'm just going to take a little bit of that gray. In fact, I probably could have put some matte medium in here to make this more transparent. So I'm going to try to kind of paint this a little bit like a dry brush. You know what? Maybe I'm going to put, yeah, I'm going to put some matte medium in there. This white is just so strong that it's just going to overpower that gray, and I don't want that. And a little bit more transparency. A big part of this too is just really kind of quickly brushing this in, like not being too careful. Taking a bit of gray. Let's go back in with more white. I'm not cleaning my brush or anything, but just you know, I might leave it like that, actually. It needs to get more white, but I've been painting with a white that's actually got relatively a high amount of gray in it. So it's not pure white, because there's actually not that many places where I'm pure white. So I think that's good for right now. Although, if anything, if I do want to do some extra little bits of color, I see a bit of yellow in here. So how about, I'm going to take a bit of yellow. I see a tiny bit of brown. You can see a tiny bit of blue in a few places. And you might be looking at your screen, you're like, you sure you see those colors there? And you know, it could look different in everybody's, but obviously this is gonna, I'm gonna cover some of this back again. So these are just intended to be very subtle little pops of color that are going to be almost entirely invisible by the end of this painting. But I want some of that to be there. And also it adds something to this big area of the painting. The original painting is much more narrow. So this strip down here and that strip up there aren't part of the original painting. So this is also part of, you know, what I feel like I might need to do just to make sure that this isn't just a forgotten area here, that there should be something there. You can see, basically, I left his signature where it was on the painting, so you can see this down, everything kind of below that signature isn't in the original. So I'm going to put his signature real big down here, but anyway, I think that's good. Good enough. I also just like, it's really fun to paint like that. Just to be like, yeah. We don't often allow ourselves to paint in that way. So whenever you've got an opportunity to do so, I think one should do it. Let loose a little bit, especially if you're thinking you're going to cover it up later. Well, nothing, you know, if it's going to get covered up, then have at it. I mean, you could paint little happy face emojis or down there if you wanted. Okay. Let's go to... Did I do this already? I don't think I did. Okay, now that we've got the background and even part of the foreground, the blanket that the woman is laying on, let's now focus on the central figure, the woman herself, the reclining nude. And let's, in fact, before I even do that, let's just take a quick look at the original, just so that we can see how Modigliani went about doing this. So this is much more opaque and much more of a, well, I was going to say a traditional approach to painting. Although I really don't, this would not impress Leonardo or Ang or any of those classical painters. Modigliani was a big fan of Renaissance painting. I mean, there's that famous story that when he was bedridden from another illness, he had 3 major illnesses when he was in his early teens. He had this hallucination in sort of like a semi-comatose state of going to the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, which was like a 3-hour drive away. Obviously, he would have taken a train or horse carriage or something, because his mother promised him, like, if you manage to survive, I'll take you to any museum you want to go to. So he wanted to go to the Uffizi and see the great Renaissance paintings. His mother, when he did survive, they absolutely went there. She held her promise, and that made a huge impression on him. So he was deeply influenced by the Renaissance painters, more so than the Macchiaioli painters, the Italian Italian Impressionist painters, many of whom were his early teachers. This, I don't even know how to describe the way that this is painted. It's so opaque. Who would have painted like that? I don't know. I'm kind of struggling to think. This is... Like, to be honest, it has a bit of like a beginner's approach to painting. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I think he's doing something deliberate here. That's why I think he painted on this painting many times. Like the layering of paint. There is many very opaque layers of paint on here. So it's kind of like glazing, but without glazing fluid. I mean, I don't really know how to... Anyway, let's start painting it, and I think maybe the answers will come to us as we work. Let's start here. Okay. We want... we're going to make a bunch of this. Let's put this here. So we got our warm yellow. Remember, we're moving to warm colors because we're going into the foreground now. Let's just see what happens when we add just white to this color. Because I found with a lot of Modigliani's paintings, they really approach, the skin tones are kind of orangey, peachy, less brown than what we would typically do. Let's put more red in there. That's close. Okay, so I do need just a smidgen of blue. And I'm saying smidgen, that's just a little bit, right? That just is going to bring it in a little bit back into the brown area. I mean, that's a tiny bit. Just a little bit more red. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. So that goes on. That's very orange. It's a little bit too orange. Let's still put a bit radically more red in there. There we go, it's a bit more peachy. Probably doesn't look too much different on camera, but it's there. So the reason why I say this is a little bit more like kind of the way a beginner might approach a painting is that often as a beginner painter, if you don't know about glazing or adding, kind of thinning your paints down, often beginners paint with very opaque paints. And nothing wrong with that. That's how we learn, and everyone's got to start somewhere. So that's, and obviously Modigliani by this point he's approaching the height of his powers. So I'm not, I think he's one of the great artists of all time, so I'm not belittling his work. I'm just saying it's interesting that he's used this particular approach. and it makes me, and because most artists, most more you know, trained painters would not layer paint quite so much like this and make it so opaque. They would use the Imprimatura and allow some of that to come through, but there's none of that coming through this painting. So that just tells me that this is a painting he worked on and worked to the point where the Imprimatura was obliterated, and he just kept going and going, maybe changing the skin color, or as I said, perhaps he painted over a previous painting. In fact, that would make a lot of sense why he might have painted, why we see that gray there. Because that gray would be a great way to completely obliterate whatever was underneath and just start from scratch. So I'm happy to put $5 down as a bet to say that this painting is not the original painting on this surface. There's something under here that needs to be x-rayed. And I'm not saying like, oh, like I've come up with some, I guarantee you that whoever bought this painting, or if I did a little bit of research into it, that would be in part of the notes. And there might, you know, I'm sure there's probably an article somewhere on the internet already about this, because it was just all the hallmarks of something happened in the creation of this painting that is different than some of the things he's done in the past. So now that feels much better. Now that we've got this painting started, all the colors are in place. Jennifer says, would you consider Van Gogh's paintings to be opaque? I'm sorry about it looking like I keep leaving. Terrible signal here. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's a great point. Van Gogh generally painted with... Yeah, I guess Van Gogh, there's not a lot... Van Gogh that I can think of, except besides his earliest paintings, like Potato Eaters and stuff, which we did. I used to have it here. I must have put it away. That turned out great. If you want to do a Van Gogh painting, it took a while. It was like a 6 or 7 hour episode, but we got it done. But yeah, Van Gogh didn't do any glazing or anything later on. Everything is brushstrokes on top of brushstrokes. Every brushstroke is very visible. So he's an example of an artist who painted very opaque, you know, like not layering paint like the academic painters before him did. That's a great point, Jennifer. That's very, very observant. DA says, nearly 2 a.m. here, so I have to leave now. I will watch the rest later. I loved the soft color shades on the sheets. It looks great. Thank you. Awesome. Thanks, DA. We'll catch up with you a little bit later. Okay, gotta get the last little bit of caffeine out of this tea bag here. It's 2 a.m. there. It's 3:30 in the afternoon here in Vancouver. Okay. I'm just wondering, I could do... Okay, I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to paint it like I did these previous paintings, where I was kind of applying paint and then using my finger to kind of blot and smear and smudge a bit. I'm going to do that with this painting, as opposed to glazing, very thin layers of paint. I might do a little bit of it because it's. I mean, I don't think Modigliani did that technique here, but I'm always trying to, as much as possible, incorporate their approach in these episodes. Okay. So again, so now I'm going to go back to my thin brush, which I have completely destroyed over the last two Modigliani paintings, and use that to get a little bit of these darker values. So I'm going to go darker, meaning I'm going to go maybe a little bit more into my reddish colors here. Still want a little bit of white, but let's maybe start with her face. So this is, there's not a lot of room to work here with this face. You can see, I mean, that's the size of my fingernail. So it's, we'll do our best, but we'll keep our expectations in check here. Oops. Probably is not super visible on camera. That's kind of the shame about the lighting. When I look at it on here, I think things are going well, but I look a little bit off on camera, which is fine. Sorry. Another reason I really like using this very small brush for this is it sort of prevents me from applying big gobs of paint on here, which make it harder to kind of control how much blending is actually happening. There's only so much paint that a little brush like this can hold. So okay. I want to go even darker now and a little bit more brown. So I'm going to take my brown now, mix it in. Sorry, I took my warm blue, mix it in with my warm red here. This gives me a brown. Let's put a bit of white in there. It's not just so dark. Now, generally, I like doing the sort of, I like kind of starting in the middle and then getting a little bit darker and then going lighter and then darkening and lightening and darkening and lightening. The look, I like the way it looks in person here. It looks a little bit different. Actually, maybe almost, well, it looks, as far as I can tell, different on camera. So I think I probably should have blow dried this before moving on to this layer. Yeah, I really should have blow dried this, but I'm about to paint over it anyway with slightly different colors, so I'm just going to plow ahead regardless. Okay. Good, good. We're on track. So let's, we want now to go the opposite direction. We want much lighter. I'm going to add, actually, I think maybe one of the missing ingredients was a little bit of glazing fluid. The reason why, not that I'm going to do glazing, is it makes the paint stay wet longer, and therefore it becomes easier to do any kind of blending, even if it's just with my finger. Okay, so let's zoom back in. Now, obviously, I don't think that Modigliani basically did what I'm doing here with my finger, I mean, I could use a blending brush for all of this, and I think that would be much closer to what he did. But I think there's tons of videos on this channel, probably 40 or 50, 60 or more, in which I use that technique over and over and over again. I can imagine some people might tune in right now and be like, this looks awful. First of all, it's very close up, so most people are never going to look at a painting this close. And also, the painting's not done yet. I'm going to kind of do this for a little while here. I'm actually quite pleased with the way this looks. I do want to just quickly blow dry this. Does it look a little bit ambiguous as to, as I do this? For sure, right? But that's our first little pass on this area, and we're going to refine it as we go. And Lolly has entered the chat. Great to see you. Lolly says, no notification today. I'm always so late. Sorry, looking good, Michael. Yeah, as we all know, computers, technology, we've all been there where you send a text to somebody and you're just like, how come they're not getting back to me? And then they reply 2 hours later, hey, I just got your text. And you're like, you just got it now? I sent it like 2 hours ago asking if you want to go to a movie. and that happen, you know, or vice versa. And you're like, right? So who knows what goes on in the minds of technology around us, right? One thing to think about too is, you know, paint will start to build as it has on my fingertips. That's why ideally we would use, let's say, a blending brush. This is a mop brush for watercolor paints, and I don't use it as much these days. I could use another small brush to kind of fade out and blend that. But, and well, yeah, I'm not going to use it for today because I've used my fingertips with the last couple Modigliani paintings, and I like the effect. And as I say, I've done so many of these episodes using that technique anyway that I feel like if you want to know how to paint with that technique, there's lots on the channel. It's a little bit more red back in here. That is a little bit strange, that kind of wrinkle here. But it's part of the painting, so let's just keep it in. And you know, so as this is going, it feels better and better and better. I'm happy with the results. You know, it looks a little less and less patchy and crude and more convincing as a way of blending and modeling the figure. So on camera, this looks very yellowy, but in person, it looks very close, the skin color, to the original. So, you know, I could add a lot more red and white to that color to make it look better on camera, but I'm afraid that, you know, while that might be really nice to have it look great on camera, it would look very different in person. Let's, I'm just going to zoom back out here. Ooh. I'm going to blow dry that. Let's get another tea going here. Okay, so question in my mind, do I continue with the figure or start working on the background and complete that? Did I just blow dry that? No, I just had to sip a tea, didn't I? Okay, let's blow dry. Okay, so I'm gonna add one more layer of even brighter color here. I'm gonna add more glazing fluid. Technically I'm not really, well, I don't know, glazing. I'm just using the glazing fluid to thin the color. And make it easier to smear with my finger, which I guess it's kind of like glazing, I guess. So just again, I don't think Modigliani ever painted with his fingers or blended with his fingers quite like this. But it does kind of approximate what how the painting looks with it, because he's kind of like using his paintbrush to kind of stamp and blot. That's getting pretty close. I think now I just want to go back the other way. Actually, I should blow dry that. And then I'm going to go back the other way. Well, actually, I just want to add a little bit more of a highlight just right here. I'm going to quickly blow dry all that, and then I'm going to go to darker colors from now on. Okay, so I want to get some darker reddish color back into her face. Actually, let's just wipe off excess paint. I'm not going to clean my brush, I just want to take off all that excess there. Oh, let's just put a bit of glazing fluid again. Keep this paint a little bit more wet. Ooh, it's more than I was expecting to put on there. So what I'm doing here is adding this kind of little bit of a rose. I mean, it's all warm red. It does look a little bit cool because I think there was a little bit of blue, warm blue even on there, so it kind of made it look a little bit more crimson-y, which I actually don't mind at all. Just, you know, you can't go wrong with putting warmth into skin, right? Like especially, you know, very fleshy areas of the body, or thin areas, like kind of artists will talk all the time, like with ears, for instance. Like you can basically paint ears red, and it's going to look okay. Well, you know, I was going to paint, I might do a little bit of brown after, but I actually really like the way this looks on camera. I don't know, or in person, as I said, I don't know quite how it's turning out on camera, but I might be good enough with this red here to move on. We'll see. I don't know, I kind of like using this technique. I've never used it ever before that I can think of, with blending with my finger. I mean, who knows, I might have done something like this years ago in the very first acrylic painting classes, and I just don't even remember. But usually I would use a brush. Okay, let's just paint her lips while I'm here. I'm going to take a little bit more warm red, mix it into this color so there's a little bit of the flesh color in there, so it's not just this totally cartoony lips. And in fact, let's go to a better brush, a newer brush for this. Interesting. Yeah, like these areas on camera look really yellow. Doesn't look very yellow to me in person, but Wally says, Michael, you make this look far too easy. I hope I can make my portrait look as great as this. Very sweet. It just takes practice. There's no secret to it or anything. It's just lots of trial and error. Difference is that I did a lot of this trial and error when I was 17 years old, and so I've got a little bit more of a head start on some other people, but I'm no smarter, better, talented than anybody else watching right now. And I mean, I think I've done an okay job. I don't think it's, you know, particularly incredible or anything. Not that I can't take a compliment. I do appreciate your kind words. Okay, I do think I'm gonna go just a little bit darker. Just add a little bit more brown. Some of these areas here, just a few places where because as I said, I like to kind of, start with my middle value, and then I like to kind of darken down, and I like to lighten up, and then I like to go, as dark as I need to go, and then maybe put some highlights on here. So, let me just blow dry that real quick. Nikki says, "Oh wow, what you're on now? That's great." Oh no, sorry, Nikki. "Oh wow, you're on now. That's great." Nice to see you, Nikki. Jennifer asked a great question. Your work is beautiful, but may I ask, the closer foot, should it have more of an arch? You are right. Absolutely, yes. But I'm not there yet. Right now. I've been sort of painting. I've been using my finger to do a lot of the detailed work. So there is a lot of, it's kind of ambiguous. It's a little bit like slightly out of focus. Shortly here, I'm going to go back and paint this white in again, and I'm going to refine things. I'm also going to do some more I'm going to do outlines on here, and that's when I'm going to pay a little bit closer attention to the form and try to get things a little bit more refined. So, when I did the original drawing, there was a little, you're right, more of an arch. But at this point, that's kind of got a little bit lost. Same sort of thing with her nose and her face. All that kind of stuff has kind of disappeared a little bit, only to reappear here again shortly. But I appreciate you keeping me honest, because, and there's definitely, as people probably know, there's times where I make a painting and then I'm working on one of these, and at the end I'm like, great, all done, let's walk away. And you might be like, did he forget to paint the arch of the foot there? Or like, and then it's not until like 4 hours later I'm sitting upstairs winding down for the night, and I'm like, oh, how did I miss that? What was I thinking? Because sometimes, just I'm right in the painting and I'm not able to see what's going on. When I'm doing these things live, I'm trying to do it all in one take, and that means that there's going to be a few places where, yeah, sometimes I miss things a little bit. I wanted to get a slightly brown or greenish quality into this paint a bit. So I saw this kind of greenish shadow down here. Oops. Let's see, are there any other places? Okay. I think that's good. Is there any on her, oh, on her chin there's a little bit of this. In fact, I'm using this other brush. Let's quite a strong jaw there. Okay. think, are we ready to move on? Okay, I think so. Let's do that. So... So what I want to do now is just complete the background, including the white blanket in the foreground, even though it's, again, foreground, but just for our purpose, we'll leave the foreground purely for the reclining figure. So let's look at what might need to be done or what doesn't need to be done. Because now we've got the painting more filled in here, so we can make a bit more of accurate judgment as to, you know, how dark this might need to go, how, you know, or lighter, or perhaps, you know. Yeah, I mean, that definitely needs to get a little bit darker, but maybe not everywhere. I think I want to mix that color again, but I'm just going to make, I think what I'm going to do is just mostly just darken selective areas. That might be enough. And we'll see. You know, maybe we just go like, yeah, I think I got to do more. Or maybe, that's actually perfect. So this is my cool blue. Maybe not that much cool yellow. Cool yellow. That's it's a still relatively bright green. Let's put our black in there. Let's see. So that's still actually lighter than the original. I don't know if there's any areas where I want to lighten, really. I think it just needs to get darker. So I might actually, rather than try to mix that paint in here, just take my black, take a bit of that color, but mostly black, blend it to the side. Otherwise I have to use up all my black just to get this area in. We're not going to use too much of it. Put a little bit of glazing fluid in here to make it blend a little bit easier. Let's a little bit more glazing fluid and a little bit more black. Okay. I don't even know if that's dark enough. That's okay. I might need to make her cheekbone come out even further with a little bit more of my flesh color. Okay. I'm just going to go right in here with black. That's good. Oops. So it is a little bit brighter, but it also the camera I've got the brightness up, about 15% so that you can see what's happening in those darker areas. So I think it's actually quite close to the original. I'm not too concerned about that. The brown is fine. I think we're just going to put the outlines on that brown, so I'm going to leave that alone. So that means I'm now just going to go down to the blanket down below here now. So, with that blanket, I am going to try to use as much just plain white right out of the tube as possible. So I'm going to take my white, and take a little bit of glazing fluid. That just gives me the option to blend that paint if I want with my finger before it dries. And also not completely cover up things that are underneath here. I mean, I kind of liked how it looked before I just did that. It does look like a little bit flat. It's going to take just pure white in a few places. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. I might put a little bit, well, maybe should I do that right now? Do I need to stick a bit of black? I know some people might see very different kinds of things in these areas that I'm painting right now, but that's good. That's that shows paintings can be different for different people. We all kind of see what we want to see in life anyway. Painting just sort of makes that plain. I'm just gonna maybe take a bit of white, very light. More subtle. Okay, I think that's more than enough on that, but I mean, that's the kind of thing I can just zone out on and paint all day long. I find that really fun. Okay, I think let's roll right along here. Let's go to really what's left to do is just some outlining. I mean, obviously on the face is the big area. And just a slight outlining around some parts of the body. We want to be careful not to overdo it. But we're at the home stretch here, so that's very exciting that we've gotten here so far. That we're at this point. Jennifer says, "I can't get over the 3D effect." Yeah, that's the little bit of that modeling of shapes. You know, just using some lighter colors and darker colors, and then just kind of carefully blending them, or not carefully blending them, as Modigliani didn't do, or did do, depending on towards the very end of his life, which is very, very highly contrasting colors, like whites and blacks, like right next to one another, as opposed to soft blending of colors. There's a little bit of that soft blending happening in here for sure, but especially the last couple of years of his life after this point, we see less and less and less of that, to the point where you really start getting much more, like kind of like Van Gogh-ish, like application of paint, right? Which is all stems from the Impressionists, but different artists use those techniques differently. So I'm just wondering, her cheekbone, that might be the thing that I maybe should do first here. Yeah, let's zoom in on that. Too much. You can see how subtle that is, right? Just a little bit. Honestly, it almost looks like he did the same thing. I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. I think I just want to quickly... Okay, so, oops. So I just want to quickly, one of the things that Modigliani is famous for is the these elongated features, particularly necks. So much so that there's a medical condition named after him where necks appear, to be longer, or there to be some sort of like goiter or something. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like Modiglianism or something. So there's a few things that historical reasons why Modigliani got into that type of stylistic depiction of the female body in particular, and the male body, but particularly females. There's a few things. They're in the 1800s. You start having these giant World's Fairs that are happening, every 2 to 5 years around the world. There was a couple of them in Paris. Probably one of the most famous would be the one in 1889, for which the Eiffel Tower was constructed. The Eiffel Tower was only supposed to be there for, the duration of the fair, but they decided to leave it up because it cost a lot of money, but also it, despite how controversial and polarizing it was, enough people were kind of like, they liked being able to go up to the top and of this tower and being able to look down. They might not have been as big a fan of the architecture, but there was nowhere else really in the world at this point in time. Yes, there were, the Colossus of Rhodes and, ancient, sculptures from antiquity, the seven wonders of the world. There were a few giant human-made structures, but the Eiffel Tower was really unique for its time. So as much as people didn't like it, anyway, that's nothing to do with what we're talking about, but it was the symbol of one of these great World's Fairs. And for one of those World's Fairs, the Palais de Trocadero was built. So it's built for the 1878 World's Fair, and this Palais du Trocadero was kind of famous because they had, what did they call it, a anthropological museum, and essentially what it was showing the evolution of the human race, and over the centuries, the millennia, and obviously with the end of the evolutionary chain being white people. So they had depictions of African people, Asian people, Native American people, or as we call them here in Canada, First Nations folk, and with the idea of like showing all these people from around the world, but that they were lower in the evolutionary process than white Europeans who were the history of Earth was this slow progression towards whiteness. And so there were displays of artifacts, masks, totem poles, that kind of stuff, but they also had literally people there for people to see. They would have they literally brought in abducted people from around the world and put them on display for white Europeans to come and gawk at. Now the Palais de Trocadero was there, obviously built in 1878 or maybe the year before, but it was still up. That Museum of Anthropology, they didn't call it Museum of Anthropology, which we have here in Vancouver. It had a slightly different name, but that was hugely influential, and it would have been absolutely something Modigliani would have seen. He would have gone and visited that, as did Picasso, and all those artists, like either out of curiosity or would have been like a fun little date night thing to do, to go and check out. Like, so he would have been aware of it. He would have seen it, and as part of that, he would have been exposed to some of these masks and traditions that ancient African traditions and artifacts, and this just blew him and all of those other Parisian artists at the time away. They had never seen anything like this before. It's not like today where you can just get on your phone and Google African masks. What do they look like? Unless it was in a museum or a textbook, you just didn't know it even existed. And so when some of this stuff starts appearing in Europe, and particularly in Paris, open-minded artists look at it and go like, wow, here's an entirely different way of depicting the human body, of depicting a human face. And how come we never learned anything about this? It's like, I don't know what it's hard to imagine the kind of tectonic shift that would create, where you just realize that the white European way of painting and drawing, the techniques, the styles, the motivations are so completely different. It was like, finding an alien culture, and I don't mean that in any disparaging way to African culture, but just it was so innovative. I mean, so you can understand why so many artists got so excited. Again, as we've talked about before, there is that enduring controversy is how much of this was just, once again, white people appropriating cultures for their own use versus just a cultural appreciation. They're stealing imagery and approaches, techniques from another culture, reincorporating it and then selling them for paintings which now sell for hundreds of millions of dollars. Whereas the people who created these masks, some of which were literally murdered and killed and thrown into pits and buried, burned for their works, and so all we have left is their artifacts. The colonizers who went to Africa and got these, they just wanted the sculptures, they didn't want the people, right? So we also see these Iberian imagery as well. Let me see. So I just want, long story short, we can kind of see just the the way that Modigliani's painting eyes, and actually even just like if we look at some of these eyes here in African sculpture, often they're empty because sometimes they're literally worn as masks, right? So you're looking through those eye holes, and right, like this type of thing. Here we are, like, does that not look like a Modigliani? And then we see these like very elongated features. You can basically just see, like, look at this long jaw here, this long pointy nose. And then when we look at, let's say, so this is another painting by Modigliani that was in that 1917 exhibition. Look at how long and pointy that jaw is, and that nose. These very stylized features, which was very different than what artists had been taught to do, what Modigliani himself had been taught to do. And here we see that again, this very long jaw. Now, it's possible the woman that he painted looked very similar to this, but Modigliani also was incorporating those African motifs and approaches into his own work, and they come out the other side looking like this. What was I gonna say here? Oh, and sorry, that's another reason why critics and older artists were very offended by the work of Picasso and the Cubists and Modigliani, because all of those artists were really inspired by African art and were incorporating it in their work, and that was seen as like just literally the worst thing you could do, because they had zero respect for people from Africa. So to then paint white people who had qualities of African art was reprehensible. It was seen as like blasphemy, basically, to take the beautiful white woman and transform her into this you know, as I say, Africanized figure is but is the worst thing you could possibly do. So there is also that aspect of artists doing things like that deliberately as a provocative gesture to kind of give the finger to those older generations. And they're I'm like literally, I have no doubt that people like Modigliani and Picasso were sitting in those coffee shops saying like, what would be the most upsetting thing we could possibly do to that older generation? Like, what would just drive them crazy, right? In the same way that you have in the 1970s punk rockers in London, you know, putting a swastika on their jacket or something, not because they were or at least originally neo-Nazis. It was like, that was like the most offensive thing you could possibly do. We were walking around the street amongst World War II veterans who are hobbling along with one leg and missing and have an eye patch on, and they see a punk rocker with yellow hair and a swastika on their jacket. Like, a fight is going to happen. So you're going out there asking for trouble. Right? So later on, obviously, certain punk rock movements did get co-opted by white power movements, and you have the skinhead movement, all that, etc. But at its origin, it wasn't about promoting Nazi ideology. It was just being controversial. And so here you have, in a similar way, artists of this generation doing things deliberately to be as provocative as humanly possible, because they figured if we can't exhibit with the so-called the academic mainstream artists of the time, just like the Impressionists weren't allowed to, then we'll just do whatever we want to do, and we're gonna do it as in the most upsetting way humanly possible. So you're not going to be able to ignore us. You're not just going to not let us in the show. We're going to be on the front cover of the newspaper. No one's going to be talking about your little show of art that is, could have been made 200 years ago, 500 years ago. Everyone's going to be talking about our art. Even if they're not saying nice things about it, they are going to be talking about it. So I've just, as we kind of get close to wrapping up, and we're going to do some of these, paint this, I think it's just important to kind of consider where some of these stylistic innovations come from. And at their origin, they come from Africa, right? And they've been adopted by white European artists for various different reasons. And I think it's important to give those original artists, some of whom were alive at the time of Modigliani, and some of them had died hundreds of years before, and some of them by natural causes or various diseases or whatever, but some were literally killed for the art that Modigliani later found so fascinating. Okay, history lesson over. Let's paint this here. Oops. Now, I don't know if I'm going to start with her face here, although maybe just before I do begin, maybe it's worth just putting a little bit of white where her eyes are. Now, her eyes are a little bit gray. Let's make sure I just get a little bit of gray, oops, on that paintbrush. Maybe just even tap it. I'm noticing that maybe I also need to just adjust her head a little bit here. I should just let that dry. Okay, I'm just gonna blow dry that one real quick. Let's begin with, let's take this black. So this black has been sitting on the palette. It's one of the first things I did. Remember when I made my underpainting? So it's kind of dried up a little bit. Some parts inside are still a little bit wet, and so I'm adding a little bit of glazing fluid just to give it some fluidity again. And also because the glazing fluid's got that slow dry paint or chemical in it, just going to give me an extra little few minutes to blend or wipe anything away should I not want it there. You know, in fact, I'm going to leave that face for right now because I did a little bit of work there. I want to just paint some, let that dry, and while that's drying, work on some other things here. Another thing, again, about adding a little bit of glazing fluid to this paint is it makes it that little bit more transparent, so it's not quite so intense of a outline. It's not so dominant. Right, so that outline now is, it's very thin and it's a little bit quieter. Let's go back to here. I mean, there's definitely areas like here with my paint. I've got this area's got way more glazing fluid, and this area over here has very little. So I'm kind of dipping back and forth. If I need something that's a little more black, I'm over here. If I need something that's a little bit more transparent, I'm over there. On the palette, it looks, very similar. It's hard to tell the difference. It just all looks black, but I'm trying my best to remember. Now, I would say that what we're seeing, that black line, is actually probably almost like the outline from his underpainting way at the beginning of the painting that he has left visible. Sort of like what we did when we painted the Henrietta Shore orchid, where I painted a darker Imprimatura, and then it wasn't until near the then we kind of painted around it to leave some of that visible. See here, Jennifer, there's the arch of the foot you were talking about earlier. So I'm just wanting to make sure that that line appears on one side and pops out onto the other side. Same sort of thing here. Paint the knee here and then down. All right, how many toes we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just make sure I don't have 6 toes. Yeah, and I know it's a little bit different than what he did, and he didn't draw those toes in there, but that's just me. That's what I want in my own painting, right? Okay, let's, we're gonna do the face here in a moment. Just going to give this a quick blow dry, because now I want to be able to rest my hand on that part of the painting, and so I'll need that to be nice and dry. Just in case you're wondering why I'm like, why he's blow drying it longer, because there's in your glazing fluid, there's chemicals that slow the drying time down. So it takes longer to dry when there's chemicals that slow the drying time down, right? So I want to make sure it's nice and dry before I rest my hand on some of those black lines, start smearing and smudging them, and all sorts of expletives follow from that, right? Now I think I obviously got to do a little bit of work on her hair here, so maybe I'll just leave that and just paint her facial features here. In fact, her nose could have had even more of an arc. pretty tricky to get into some of these details. This is very small. Make that nose more arched, or not arched, curved. I'll wait for that to dry. While that's drying, let's get the rest of her hair in place here. Just making up a dark brown. Ay, ay, ay. I should have blow dried all that. Markowsky. Yeah, that's his is definitely. He's got a. I really like the way that he painted that, but. Oh, what am I doing here? Our eyes look kind of close together, but not that big of a deal. Blow dry that. And take my black, I'm going to darken her eyes even more. Now those look much darker. Those lines are way more visible on camera. Because I've got the brightness turned up quite a lot. In person, I can barely see them. Like I'm having a little bit of trouble even painting those because you can hardly see those lines. So right now on camera that looks kind of cartoony, but as this dries, I think you'd have to really look closely to see them. Now, one of my sort of qualms, I guess, with this painting is how dark that hair is, how little contrast there is between the hair and the background. I'm really tempted to go in here and actually add a little bit of a highlight. Anything to cause a little bit of separation here. Or darken it even more. I mean, it's really interesting what he's done here, like by leaving that so dark, like it's almost invisible. Let me think about it as I do some more finishing details here. Should I do the signature? Or maybe what I want to do, put a little bit of a highlight on her eye. Okay, let's do a signature down here. Oh, look at all those comments. Nikki says, in my view, from the other side of the computer, her head is a little thinner than the original. Yeah, I think my head did turn out a little bit smaller. For sure, her eyes are closer together. Absolutely. Ollie says, pretty awesome. What a masterpiece you can create in a few short hours, Michael. I couldn't even do this in several days, let alone one evening. Well, so this one looks tough. Skin tones, human body proportions, faces, all my nightmares rolled into one. Michael nails it every time. Nikki says, I have a painting that I haven't had time to finish yet, but I still haven't had the ability to make a painting in one day, you know. Lily says, I'm not sure I ever complete a painting in one sitting like this. I'd go cross-eyed or get frustrated, and Michael does this every single week or more. Creates perfection too. He's a boss. Plus, my attention deficit dog would never allow me to spend hours not smothering him in attention. Yeah, that's true. I'm interested to know if you've done a favorite. I'm interested to know if you have a favorite painting you've done, Michael. There's so many now, I bet it's hard to even remember them all. For me, this one may be up there. Wow, that's so sweet of you to say. Jennifer says it would take me a month to do this one. Have I done which one? You know, I've got a lot of them, and I'm blessed to be in that experience. Have that experience. There's some that are better than others, for sure. I've been thinking about doing like a ranking of exactly what you're talking about, to my favorite paintings that I've done. I've been meaning to photograph all of them, and so some of them I don't even really remember, and it's not until I'm cleaning up here and I stumble on a painting and I'm like, oh wow, that turned out really good, didn't it? I mean, I'm just surrounded by all these paintings. I honestly, that's a good question. I don't, it's hard to come up with a favorite. Where should this be? Right there? Trying to see if I could use a ruler, obviously, but ooh. This, I gotta be careful because this is right on a white area. I mean, obviously I can paint over it, but is that all on camera? Let's just move that a little bit over here. I'm being careful, trying not to press my fingers down on the carbon paper. Try to prevent as much paint or carbon from sticking to the paint. There we go. Lily says, a ranking video would be so cool. Top 10 and why they're your favorite, and maybe why some, you can do a least favorite list and why they're your least favorite. What you do differently, maybe. I wish I could help you photograph them all. I would love to help. Jennifer says, you really should do it. It would be fun for us to see it from your perspective. Interesting. Jennifer says, I agree with Lolly. Knowing why you feel certain way, perspectives we might not so easily see. I like that. Yes, totally. Okay. Let's go back here. So, we have made it to the end here. A half hour longer than I suspected we would be, but pretty close. So let's take a look at how these two paintings fared side by side. Maybe before we do that, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Take a photograph of the painting you created. Upload it to the Facebook group once a month. Every 5 weeks or so I do a free feedback episode where I go through all of the work that people have put onto our Facebook group, which is almost 1,000 people now, and give free feedback, whether it's drawings or paintings you've been working on. I want to help you get better. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, 50 cents, $2, $20 million, you can use PayPal, you can use the Super Chat, you can send an e-transfer via email. My email is on the Facebook group and on my website. Those links are down below. If you want to contact me or send an old-fashioned check or letter in the mail, let me know and we can work all that out. So, drum roll, please. There's the original. And there's my version next to it. Maybe I'll just back that up just a little bit so we can see the sides. Okay. Well, I mean, I think it turned out pretty good. I think just as, was it Nikki was saying, yes, the face, there's a difference in the face. I think it's just as I was drawing it, I just made my lines kind of a little bit smaller on the inside, so everything just shrank down a little bit. Not that big of a deal. It looks slightly different, just got a slightly different facial structure. Not so bad. Overall, in terms of the colors and things, pretty close. I mean, the main thing I see as a difference is the way that I've painted the white down here, in that I kind of like faked out what he did. In his, he obviously painted something, and then he was quite thick about applying paint over top of that. So, his is I get the feeling like it was done at the last minute. Like he wasn't happy, and he just started kind of attacking it with a white brush, and he was like, oh, actually that kind of turned out. Whereas mine, down here, maybe not less of a fan of what happened there, but it does look like the original. There's no real excuse though. So let's zoom in here. Maybe we'll just start. Well, let's kind of work our way there. So, just first thing here, we got the signature. Obviously looks a little bit different than the one on the left. This is actually quite a large painting. We're talking about 35 by 57 inches wide. So 57 inches wide, I painted my painting on a 9 by 12 sized canvas. So almost, well, 5 times larger, right? So 35 by 57, I mean, it's approaching the size of a sheet of plywood. I mean, that's a big painting. So my signature is actually probably, the way that it would actually probably have been smaller than that in the original. So, right now it's the size of like half the size, well, about the size of my pinky finger almost, right? So it would have been even smaller on the original. I feel like it works well in this dimension, and because really in the original everything below the signature is something did not exist. It's a much more narrow painting, so this area down here on the bottom where I put my signature, or his signature, is stuff that I've just kind of elaborated on. As I say, here's this area in the bottom right corner. I kind of did that pretty quickly. I mean, I kind of like what I see on his painting. I could go back and spend hours fiddling here, but no one's really going to be looking at that anyway, so. It's hard to see those dark lines in I think it's like probably some sort of bookshelf or the wall or something there. And then we've got this drapery. Very hard to see what's going on here. So let's go back to her feet. I mean, I think I'm happy enough with the way that happened. The background. So her feet in the original, he left the toes almost totally indistinct. You can see on mine, I literally painted each toe here as well. I think he can kind of get away with it, but for me, those are one of those things where I feel like I gotta make my painting to in a way that I like, and I wouldn't be able to abide by just allowing those feet to kind of stay as kind of ambiguous as this. Like, that kind of drives me crazy, that toe being like that, because that sort of looks like the big toe, but that's really the pinky toe. So yeah, I'm always more interested in trying to get some clarity in my work. So anything I can do to clarify things, that's what I'm going for. Let's see these legs as we go. Up here, I think pretty good. Even by the end of, the skin tones look actually much closer. It's still a little bit more yellow than the original, but I'll tell you in person that it's pretty much the same. We've got her bum here now. Pretty good. You'll notice I omitted some hair there, part of what makes that painting so scandalous. I just did that I have a daughter that just turned 4 years old, and this paintings, I would like to kind of have it up for a little while, and just want to be don't want to be a creepy dad. But let's see the rest here. What is that? Let's see if I can just... Oops. Yeah, soften that little splotch of paint away a bit. I think that was probably just from my hand resting on the picture, caused a little bit of paint to smear there. In fact, I'm not so happy with that red that I just put there, so let's wipe that away. Oop, I might have wiped a little bit too much. You see some of that yellow kind of... Well, it looks on camera, you can see it more than in person, but... I mean, I think this area of both paintings is kind of awkward. How did... So he painted that line up there. I just don't know if my painting is going to get any better, if doing that line is going to help, so I think I might just leave that. And then let's go up to the face here. So the face, she looks different. I like the way that she looks in the original. Mine looks more cartoony. No doubt about it. Those eyes are closer together. I think it's just because I painted when I did my underpainting, I maybe should have allowed more room there, so it just kind of meant that everything kind of crowded in and pinched. But again, like here's my fingernail, right? So it's basically the size of two fingernails, that whole face. So those tiny little details aren't my forte, though I think that was about as good as I can do given the scale. It does make her whole body seem kind of slightly out of proportion to her head. I think, again, I think part of what is doing that is because her hair is so dark and there's no contrast here. Instead of her head looking like it disappears into behind that hair, it just makes it look like her head is very narrow. Which, I will say, is a trademark of Modigliani, and especially his sculptures, you really see those elongated, very narrow, tall faces. It's just, I don't know how he managed to pull that off, because his is even darker than mine, and yet it works. That's the thing with, these great artists. Sometimes, you're just like, how do they do that? That's one of those, great mysteries of the universe kind of thing. Just that magical touch. Anyway, I'm not going to get down or depressed about it. I think ultimately this turned out well. So, Lolly says it looks like she's just turned at a slightly different angle, her face. Interesting. I can see that. Okay, that brings us to the end of today's episode. Oops. Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your night or morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Thanks for watching, for painting along. I can't wait to see what you did over the course of the last 5 hours together. Upload it to the Facebook group so that we could celebrate your achievement. You're doing the world a favor by doing something creative with your time and energy. You're adding beauty to the world, and boy, do we need a little bit more of that in these times. We'll see you again next class. Enjoy the rest of your morning or afternoon again. We'll see you soon. Good night, everybody.